All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case KSC BC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Salimi, and Jakub Krasniqi.
Thank you. I note that all the accused are present in court today. We will start hearing the evidence of prosecution. Witness 4752. Before we start with the witnesses, there are some preliminary matters the panel would like to address. First, I note that our order on the conduct of proceedings has very clear directives in connection with the interposing of objections. Specifically, paragraphs 115 and 116 clearly require the objections to be concisely stated and clearly prohibit speaking objections. These rules are not always being followed. I want to remind all counsel that the panel reiterates the fact that there shall not be speaking objections to questions put by an opposing party or from the judges. I can assure you that a concisely stated objection can be understood by the panel and normally does not need an extended explanation. If the objection is not understood, the panel will ask for clarification. If a party needs to make a longer submission in connection with the objection, it should take place outside the hearing of the witness. Counsel should in particular refrain from commenting on questions that might affect the witness's willingness or readiness to answer a question fully and candidly. If a speaking objection in the presence of a witness is made, the presiding judge may overrule the objection as being in violation of our order on the conduct of proceedings. Second, the panel reminds everyone, as informed on Friday last week, that the schedule for this week has been adjusted. W04752 will no longer be able to testify on Tuesday afternoon, but is instead available to testify during the first session on Thursday. Therefore, W04752 will testify all of Monday until the lunch break on Tuesday, all of Wednesday, and the first session on Thursday. W04445 and or W04051 will testify from the second session and onwards on Thursday. Third, on Friday, 28 June, the Salimi defense filed F02414, a request to exclude evidence of W04445, as W04445 may attend court as early as Thursday, July 4th, an expedited briefing schedule is required. The panel therefore orders the SBO to file a response by 9 a.m. tomorrow. No reply will be entertained. Mr. Misitich, I believe you had a matter you wanted to take up concerning the next witness and a chart, and I think that should be raised out of the presence of the witness, if you wish to go ahead.
Yes, Mr. President. As I understand it, a chart has been submitted, an organogram purporting to be based on the witness's evidence. We were now told in an email that it will not be shown to the witness. And so therefore we had understood the panel's initial comments on organograms and charts to mean that such charts would be put to witnesses. If they're not going to be put to witnesses, then it's our submission that they amount to nothing more than argument by one party about the witness's evidence, and we would therefore object to argument being made on such a basis. With respect to the specific objections to the organogram, first, we don't believe the witness suggested that Mr. Thaçi reported to the overall commander of the KLA through Sokol Bashota, as the chart depicts, and quite clearly said that Mr. Thaçi reported directly to the general commander of the KLA. Second, the organogram depicts the deputy commanders as being on the same level as the overall commander, and it's unclear to us the basis upon which anything in what the witness said would suggest that the deputy commanders were at the same level as the overall commander of the KLA. So those are our objections. I would also offer that to the extent it's the chamber would like such organograms just for its own orientation of the evidence, and if they're not going to be put to witnesses to comment on whether the witness agrees with the way the organogram has been prepared, then perhaps inter partes, working together, submission to us for our comments on an organogram, and then we could submit a joint submission to the extent it's agreeable between the parties. But at present, those are our objections, and we would prepare a different organogram showing a different depiction of what the witness said was the organizational structure. Thank you.
Thank you. The chart does accurately reflect the witness's evidence. If counsel would like us to insert certain arrows to clarify the lines, we're happy to do so. However, as was already indicated inter partes, we're not intending to show the chart to the witness. It's for reference purposes only, and I don't think there needs to be further debate about this.
It's not being offered at this time, so we won't make a ruling on it at this time. We'll proceed. Madam Usher, you may bring the witness in.
Whilst the witness is being brought in, may I just inquire what today's morning sitting schedule will be?
Should have mentioned that. Thank you for reminding me. We will go from now until 11. We'll take a half-hour break, and we'll be back on schedule then. Witness, today we will start your testimony. We first ask you to take a solemn declaration, which the court usher will hand to you. You can read it and then say it aloud.
Indigestion. Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Now, Mr. Counsel, would you please identify yourself for the record?
My name is Rick van Reusel. I'm the duty counsel appointed to Mr. Thaçi.
Witness, we will today start your testimony as I previously indicated. Your testimony is expected to last for approximately 7 days. As you may know, the prosecution will ask you questions first, and then the defense has the right to ask questions of you, and members of the panel may also have questions for you. The prosecution estimate for your examination is 8 hours. The defense estimates that it will need close to 25 hours. As regards each estimate, we hope that the counsel will be judicious in their use of their time. The panel may allow redirect examination if conditions for that are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will attempt to clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. In the event you are asked by the SBO to attest to some corrections made regarding your statements, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statement as corrected by the list of corrections accurately reflects your declaration. Speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace to allow the interpreters to catch up. During the next days while you're giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside of this court about your testimony, please let us know. Please stop talking if I ask you to do so, and also stop talking if you see me raise my hand. These indications mean that I need to give you an instruction. If you feel the need to take breaks, please make an indication and an accommodation will be made. Now, there is one more issue we need to address before we start with the questioning by the SBO. We are aware that counsel has been assigned to the witness as there is a risk that an issue of self-incrimination might rise in his estimation. Witness, I remind you that as per the solemn declaration that you have just read, you are obliged to tell the truth. That said, you are hereby advised that you are not required to answer a question that is incriminating unless and until the panel compels you to answer in accordance with Rule 151, Paragraph 2, and determines if an assurance under Rule 151, Subparagraph 3 should be provided to you. You are hereby advised that in the event such a question of self-incrimination arises, you or your assigned counsel may raise the issue to the panel, and we will proceed to determine whether or not, and under what circumstances, you may be compelled to answer. I want to be quite clear that this decision and any actions in response are entirely in the hands of the witness, his attorney, and the panel. Now, witness, we will begin with the questioning. We start with the questioning by the Special Prosecution's Office, who are seated to your left. Please give them your attention. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Mr. Sairapi. We have
Good morning.
previously, and I will be asking you questions on behalf of the SPO today and probably some of tomorrow. As the judge indicated, if my questions are not clear, please let me know and I'll be happy to repeat or to try and rephrase it if necessary. As I explained last week, rather than asking you questions about all relevant topics, it may be possible to admit some of your prior statements containing this information into evidence. In order to do so, there are a number of procedural steps to follow, and we'll start with those. Can you please state your name for the record?
I am Bislim Zirapi,
And what is your date of birth?
9th of July 1962.
Do you recall being provided with an opportunity to read your prior statements and testimonies over the past few weeks?
Yes,
In giving those statements and testimonies, were you truthful to the best of your ability and knowledge?
yes, entirely.
Do you recall being provided with an opportunity to provide corrections and clarifications in relation to those statements recently, last week?
Yes,
And do you recall that these clarifications and corrections were included in notes which were read back to you?
yes,
We might refer to a number of your statements during your testimony, but for these procedural steps, I'll focus on just two of them initially. First, can we please call up IT-05-87.1 space P00428-80. Do you recall giving this testimony to the ICTY over 5 days in November 2006?
Yes.
And was it part of the materials that you read over the past couple of weeks?
Yes.
Second, can we please call up 083-280-TR-80 Part 1? Do you recall giving this interview to the SPO in 2019?
Yes.
Is this also part of the materials that you read over the past couple of weeks?
Yes.
Subject to the corrections and clarifications that you made last week and that were read back to you, is the information provided in these two prior statements that we've just looked at accurate and truthful to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
And again, subject to the corrections set out in the notes, do these prior statements accurately reflect what you would say if you were questioned about these topics again?
Yes.
Your Honour, I'd like to seek admission, please, of the prior statements and associated exhibits. The ERNs were set out in our email last week, and we'd also seek admission of preparation note 1, the corrected version, which is 121756 RED.
Any objection?
Subject to the previous objections, we have no additional objections.
No objection.
Same for us, Your Honor.
IT-05-87.1 space P00428-80 is admitted.
Your Honor, I would propose that I circulate the list with all the relevant statements and associated exhibits with assigned exhibit numbers to the parties participant and Your Honors.
Okay, because of the numbers, that seems to be a good solution. All right, 083-280-TR-AT- Part 1 is admitted. And Prep Note 1 and the associated exhibits, Prep Note 1 being 121756 RED, and the plus the associated exhibits are admitted. And as suggested, a email note from the CMU will be given to the parties later today with the detailed exhibit numbers. Ms. Lawson, you may continue.
Thank you. And witness, because those statements have been admitted, I'm not going to ask you questions about all relevant events. and instead try and focus my questioning on supplementary information or additional detail. To the extent possible, I'm going to try and proceed chronologically.
Before you go further, the statement is only part one, or are you admitting all parts?
Yes, thank you, Your Honour. We're seeking admission of all parts. It's 1 to 14.
To the extent that is not in the record, all 14 parts of the exhibit, of the SPO interview is admitted. I'm sorry to have interrupted you. Go ahead.
I do apologise. I was just seeking clarification of the order that Your Honour made in relation to the admission of the exhibits to Prep Note 1. And I wasn't quite sure what that was a reference to.
The associated exhibits to the interview.
Very well.
Correct, Ms. Lawson?
That's correct, Your Honour. So, witness, as I said, I am going to aim to proceed chronologically, and we'll start in March, April and May 1998. Was there fighting happening already in Kosovo during that time period?
I was not in Kosovo at the time, but based on the information, there was fighting, including in Drenica. And as it's well known, the massacre of the Ashari family happened. And there was fighting also in other locations in April and May.
And how did you hear about the fighting?
I heard from colleagues in Tirana, when I was in Tirana. I heard this from members of the logistics at the time who were reporting on what was going on in Kosovo. So I learned this from them.
While you were in Albania waiting for approval to join the KLA, you've described that one of the matters you were tasked to help with was doing a technical check on weapons. I'm referring here for Council's benefit to Part 1, page 18. Who was it who asked you to help with that?
At the time, I worked together with the members of the logistics, who were Ilir Konushevci, Trail Gashi, Naim, or known as Dilaver by his name. So I usually was with them when asked to inspect weapons or review the technical features, if they were fine to be purchased and then sent into Kosovo for further use.
And who was responsible for the purchase of the weapons?
At the time, we're referring to March, April. I understood these were the persons who had the means and purchased weapons. I don't know about others.
And by these, you're referring to the members of the KLA Logistics Department that you were working with in Albania, is that correct?
I mean these people who worked in the KLA Logistics. At the time, I'm not sure whether it was referred to as a directorate, but they were in charge of the logistics in Albania.
What type of weapons were being obtained?
Zakoniš netko?
At the time we purchased weapons needed for war, infantry weapons, mostly Kalashnikov, AK-47, or semi-automatic rifles, anti-tank weapons like RPGs 150, 500, heavy machine guns 12.7 caliber, whatever we could find to purchase at that time.
I'm moving now to when the group you were organizing got to Drenots after you entered Kosovo. Who greeted you there?
In May 98, when we entered Kosovo, first in Drenots village, we were welcomed and greeted by a part of the local command staff in Drenots, who consisted at the time of Jem Gashi, known by his nickname as Germani, Isuf Gashi, part of that command, the 500 or Mensur Zumberi. These were the people who greeted us in this village.
And did they already know the members of the general staff who you were traveling with?
Yes.
How did they know each other?
They knew each other from before. The members of the general staff who were with me had met with them before, because the Drenots base was one of the bases used to move from Kosovo, from Albania to Kosovo and from Kosovo to Albania through this base.
I'd like to show you a document. It's P01269MFI. And the English has ET at the end. And it may be broadcast. First witness, who is Daya that this appears to be addressed to?
I don't know exactly, but at the time we referred to, used the word Daya to refer to the General Commander Azem Süla.
And you've already explained that Germani is Jemgashi in the Drenot staff, is that correct?
Correct.
Is the information in this document accurate?
The information is correct, what it says and what it reads.
Your Honor, I'd like to tender the document, please. It was already in MFI, so it has a number assigned.
Any objection?
Your Honor, this witness is not the maker of the document. There's no evidence as to whose handwriting it is and whether there were multiple different people who wrote it. There's also no evidence as to the chain of custody of this document.
Anybody else? P01269 MFI-ET is admitted and will be given a exhibit number?
Your Honor, this document will now become P01269. Also, classification is confidential.
It may be classified publicly.
Thank you.
Reclassified as public, please.
Thank you.
There's a second document I'd like to show you, please. It's P00663MFI. And again, the English has ET at the end. It may be shown publicly.
Madam Prosecutor, did you say 0063 or 00663?
The latter, 663.
The record needs to be corrected to be 663.
Witness, this document refers to Mahir Hassani. Was he one of the officers who came into Kosovo with you at that time?
Yes.
Is it correct that he had attended military academy?
Yes. He completed the military academy in former Yugoslavia.
And is it correct that he was assigned to stay in Drenot with the staff there?
Yes.
It refers to Biz, who I assume is you, and Mayopi. Do you know who Mayopi is in this context?
I don't know in this context. I know Majubi was Lahi Brahimi, who at the time was not there. This is me, and the local command asked for Mahir Hassani to be assigned there and help the organization of this local staff, to which I agreed.
So aside from the reference to Majupi, is the rest of the information in the document correct?
It's correct. And that I approved the assignment of Mahir Hassani there and Germani as the commander of the local staff at the time there. Yes, correct.
And Your Honours, again, I'd like to tender this, please.
Any objection?
Your Honor, I raised the same objections, including the fact that this document does not appear to be a complete document. The bottom right still has details missing.
Thank you. P00663 MFI-ET is admitted and will be assigned an exhibit number.
Your Honor, this document will now become P00663 and classification is public. Thank you.
Witness, I'd like to move on to when you arrived in Likots. Who did you meet in the first days after you arrived there?
On the first day, when when we arrived in Ligots, together with the group, apart from the members of the staff who were with me, I met also with Sokol Bashota. We're referring to the first day. And the zone commander for Lab Zone, Rustem Mustafa, and the commander of the Sharla Zone, Rahman Rama.
Shortly afterwards, did you meet any of the other zone commanders?
The one I mentioned, the members of the staff I was with, and then I met with Sokol Bashota, Recep Selimi. I did not meet any others on the first days. Then at a later stage, yes, I did.
So when did you first meet Suleiman Salimi?
It might have been after some days, after I was asked to visit the Drenica zone and help with the restructuring. So I visited the zone and the units and met with him for the first time as zone commander. And I was able to visit the zone and help assist them with the restructuring process.
Do you remember where you met him?
I can't recall. It might have been Likos or another village in Drenica.
And the officers who came in with you, were they assigned? Could you please describe where they were assigned to, please?
After we entered Kosovo the first day, as I mentioned before, I mentioned the people I met in the zone. So the Lab zone commander was there, the Sharla zone commander was there. They took with them some of the officers. Rustem Mustafa took Kadri Kastrati for the Lab zone, and Rahman Rama took Mansour Kasumi, then Husni Ahmedi for the Sharla zone. So they took them with them and went back to their zones, because these people were originally from these zones, from these territories, and had known each other from before.
Do you remember when you first met Jakub Krasniqi?
In June '98, when he came to take over his duties, tasks as a spokesperson of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
Do you remember who else was present on that day when you first met him?
I met with him for the first time in the courtyard of a private house where we were, and Sokol Bashota was present.
Anyone else?
No, I was not inside in the meeting to see who was there.
I'd like to please call up P00606, and the English has ET after it. Witness, the document being brought up now is an interview you gave to Zeri in 1999. Do you recall giving that interview?
Yes.
page 3 in the English, please. And in the Albanian, it's the third column just above the text box. Thank you. I'll read a portion of it to you. After this check of the front lines which I made, I returned to the base and reported my findings to Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Vaseli, and Sokol Bashota. On that date, I had a meeting with and made the acquaintance of Jakub Krasniqi, who exactly at that time accepted the duties of the KLA spokesman. At that time, there was the matter of Kievo, which was surrounded by KLA units and was quite a problematic issue. I made my report on the current situation on the ground before the members of the General Staff and suggested to them what further action should be taken. Is that account that I just read accurate?
Po.
Yes, it is.
You have, sorry, we can take down the document, thank you. You have described how in Licots you were tasked to visit the different units and make proposals for reorganizing and training. This is SPO Part 2, page 8 for Council. Where was the first place that you started on that task of reorganization?
Reorganizimet kanë filluar që është
The reorganization started immediately upon my arrival, as I was assigned in my capacity as operational senior officer. My duty was to make an assessment of the situation on the ground and then put forward proposals as to how to proceed with the further reorganization of the Kosovo Liberation Army. This process started immediately upon taking my duties.
And which area did you start working in first?
se pare kam filluar në
I first started in Drenica and then continued on in other zones.
Who was it that gave you that task?
për të shkuar me të punuar në to drejtime dhe për
To assess the situation, to carry out these tasks, I was asked to do this by Sokol Bashota, the director of the operational directorate.
And who asked you to go to Drenica to start with Drenica?
Sokol Bashota.
Sokol Bashota.
I'd like to put a prior statement with Your Honour's leave. It's IT 0484 bis T675 for the English, and the same for Albanian with AT at the end.
Your Honour, can we just have an explanation of why Council would like to put the prior statement? I have no understanding as to why she needs to at this stage. But
It's in response to the witness's answer to my last question. I'd like to put some different information to the witness to see if it assists his memory.
But there's no indication that he's forgotten anything. I just want to be very clear, and from the outset, as to exactly what purpose we're ever doing this for.
She's wanting to correct his...
To correct his evidence, Your Honour.
Correct what he said.
But
Give him the opportunity to reflect on it and refresh his memory.
to refresh his memory, but there's been no indication that he has forgotten anything, Your Honour. It was a straight question and a straight answer, as far as I could see.
Obviously, the SBO thinks there is something different about it, so we'll wait and see, and you can still interpose your objection. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honour.
And can we go to page 757 in both, please? I'm going to read from lines 2 to 7 in the Albanian. You say, I cannot recall exactly how long I stayed. Was it 2 or 3 days? I don't know. But it was a very brief period, after which, pursuant to the orders issued by the operational commander at the time, Recep Salimi, I was tasked with the duty to go to the operational zone of Dranica in order to render my advice for the development of the operational zone of Dranica. Is that accurate, witness?
Po, dy saktë.
Yes, it's correct. Both Recep Selimi and Sokol Bashota were at the operational directorate. I remember that the first one that instructed me when I went on the ground to Drenica was Sokol Bashota and later on Recep Selimi.
Thank you. Did you visit Lepushnik in June or July 1998?
Po,
Yes,
Do you recall how many times?
shumë kujtohet saktë.
I cannot recall exactly how many times, but I would say 2 to 3 times.
So let's take the first time. Do you remember approximately when and why you went there?
Di për herën e parë,
The first time we went to visit the positions, and I think the first occasion was when we installed the heavy machine gun 12.7 at the position. This is to what I remember.
Who did you go there with on that occasion?
në atë kohë një herë që më kujtohet,
As far as I remember, I went together with Recep Selimi on that occasion.
Anyone else?
ka qenë edhe komandanti I një
The commander of the local Lapushnik unit was there too. This is on the first occasion, and on another occasion was also Fatmir Limay.
Do you believe that Fatmir Limay was on a different occasion to the time when you went to advise on installing the weapon?
ju më bë të pyetje sa herë.
You asked me on how many occasions. I replied that I was there on 2 or 3 occasions. Now, whether that was on the second or the third or the first, I cannot recall the details. I don't know whether he was when the weapon was installed.
Your Honour, maybe I'll refer to a prior statement to assist the witness's recollection on this point.
All right, go ahead.
It's IT-03-66, T6837, it's page 6857 in the English, and it's page 23 going on to 24 in the Albanian. Thank you. So I'm reading from line 9 there, and you were asked, on this occasion, it was you, Fatma Limai, and who else that went, if you recall? And you answered Agam, Chelai, and Hans. Hans is the pseudonym of the person called Nusret Krasniqi, and he was an experienced army officer because he had served in the former Yugoslav army, and he served as an escort for us during our visits to many places. I'm moving down slightly the page, and the question is, did you go to Lapushnik with Fatmir Limai, or was he there already when you arrived? And your answer was, to my recollection, we met him on the way between Orlait and Lapushnik villages. I think when we met him, he was with Recep Salimi, I think. And he instructed us to go and see this weapon and help the soldiers place it in the best possible position in the Lapushnik Gorge. Question, who instructed you, Fatmir Limai? No. When we met, it was Recep Salimi with him, and he said that we should go together with Fatmir to see where the mortar was, 12.7, was placed, so that we could come up with the best possible location for that mortar. I'll stop reading there. Does that assist you that Fatmir Limai was there on the occasion of the placement of the weapons together with Recep Salimi?
Po,
Yes.
unë që thashe dikur.
I already said that he was there. I just couldn't remember exactly on which occasion, but it is precisely how it happened, just as it is described in this statement.
Thank you. Who were the local commanders that you met there?
Në aty jam takuar
There, I met with the local commander, Voglushi. His real name was Umer Alushani. He was the commander of the unit in Lapushnik. We are speaking about the unit on the right-hand side of the Lapushnik road.
Did he have a deputy?
nuk që po ka pasë.
I think he did have a deputy. I think his pseudonym was Msuasi, but I don't remember. It's been a long time since.
And you mentioned that this was on the right-hand side of the gorge. Who was on the other side? Which commander or unit?
On the left side of the Labushnik road of the gorge, when you go towards Pristina from Malishev, there the Palumbi unit was stationed, led by Shala, Ferhat Shala.
When did you first go to Klečka?
I do not remember the exact date, but I remember it was in June 1998 when I went to visit the front line. I think it was in June.
And you mentioned that you went to visit the front line. Did you have an additional task there as well?
On that day, when I went to visit the front line stretching towards Jaffa and Dukhles, my task there was to assist the units how to report, how to salute, how to make formations, and I think there is a recording that demonstrates this, and this is a day when I went for the first time to Klečka and when I visited the front line.
Did you meet the commander there in Klečka?
Yes, there I met with Fatmir Limay, and together we went on the front line that, as I said, stretched towards Jaffa and Dukhles.
Did the general staff have a house or a base in that area at that time?
As far as I remember, not at that time.
Were you ever tasked to assist in finding premises for the general staff?
Yes, later on. That was sometime in November and December when we were finding houses, premises in the territory of Berisha Mountains for the general staff.
Okay, I'm still referring to the June 98 period, so with leave I'll show a prior statement, Your Honour. The
Go ahead.
reference is IT 0366 T6837. It's page 6854, going on to 55 in the English. And it's page 19 in the Albanian. And I'm reading from the top of the page. The question is, you testified that you were sent there to assist him and also to prepare a house for the central staff, correct? And your answer was, yes, correct. And then you were asked how long you stayed in Klečka on that occasion. Do you recall that?
Po.
Yes. Yes.
Do you remember who had asked you to go and assist prepare the house, or what the task was?
At that time, I remember that Sokol Bashota from the operational directorate told me to find a house suitable for operational room where all the maps and everything would be kept. However, we were not successful in finding a house due to the activity and the work we had at the time.
Thank you. I'd like to show another document. It's...
Mr. President, are we breaking at 11?
Then we'll stop now, thank you.
Witness, we'll take a half-hour break at this time, which is a little unusual because you just started, but we will be back at 11:30 and continue on. We're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Yes, Mr. Misitich.
Yes, Mr. President. In light of the panel's instruction about speaking objections, I thought it would be better if I raised the matter without requiring the witness to leave in the middle of the direct examination. It concerns the use of books, in particular Mr. Krasnici's book, and also materials obtained either from Mr. Krasnici or Mr. Salimi. My objection would be that putting it to the witness that this is Mr. Krasnici's book is leading, because it may suggest that it's more credible, the proposition that's being put to him. So I would ask that the matters first be exhausted, whatever the matter is, with the witness to determine what does the witness actually know about a particular topic. And then if the book needs to be put to him, it can be put to him without saying to him, this is Mr. Krasnici's book. Again, because I think it's leading and suggestive of credibility of whatever the proposition is.
What do you want us to call it?
As I said, first it should be what does he know about a meeting or anything about the matter first, without just putting the book to him.
I think you're getting into trying to tell the prosecution how to run their case.
Yeah, but
and I don't think that makes any sense, and I don't think there's any legal authority for it.
It's leading is what the objection is.
Asking him, saying this is so-and-so's book?
Yes.
Well, it is.
Okay.
You can't hand something like that to somebody and say, here's a document, what do you think of it? You have to tell him what it is, what you're handing him.
Well, you could say it's an excerpt.
Just saying here's a document, is that a leading question? Of course it is, but it's a permissible one.
Well, you're giving the source of the information. It's just like saying so-and-so says this occurred. Do you agree with so-and-so's account?
Well, To the extent that that's an objection, it's overruled.
Okay.
Please bring the,
Your Honor, I joined that submission of my learned friend.
please bring the witness in.
Your Honour, while the witness is coming in, I have one. While the witness is coming in, I have one housekeeping matter. Thank you to the court officer for circulating the exhibit numbers of the Rule 154 package for this witness. All of those items can be reclassified as public, with the exception of the SPO interview, all parts, and Prep Note 1. Thank you.
It is,
Yeah, I would object to the classification on the same basis that we did with the previous witness. The SPO interview is the witness's direct testimony, and so we propose the procedure that we're adopting for the prior witness, which is if there's information subject to a protective order in the SPO interview, then it should be redacted as we're redacting with transcripts, so that the witness's testimony, most of it can remain public. But not the entire testimony is now, that's in the witness statement, is private and confidential.
Your Honour, we've no objection to that. It's just that it cannot be reclassified at the moment until we've had an opportunity to review for relevant portions.
can you give us a timetable for doing that?
I wouldn't imagine it would be before I've finished my direct examination, at least.
That seems reasonable. So,
Mr. President, as far as I'm concerned, we can adopt the same procedure we use with the prior witness, which is at the same time that the transcript redactions are being done, we can do it with the witness statement as well, and then do it all at once and submit it at that time.
any problem with that? It'd be good if you just talk about these things beforehand. It's sort of a waste of time to do it in the courtroom. Welcome back, witness. We will continue now. For you, please give them your attention. Go ahead, Ms. Lawson.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before the break, I was going to show another document. It is SPOE 00232-474. And the English has ET at the end. It's the revised one version. First witness, this document refers to a local operational staff. What was that term used to refer to at the time?
Штабът
The local operational staffs at the time are mentioned because there were many local units not organized from military point of view fully, but groups. So that's why they were called local operational staffs. Such staffs existed in areas, in municipalities, not in zones, because the zones did not exist at that time, but there were sub-zones.
Do you recognize the unit names mentioned here, for example, Chelaku and Lumi?
По.
Yes, I do.
Did you assist in unifying these commands?
Pohkam nimuoran että shorta vid.
Yes, I did assist in June 1998.
And does the document accurately reflect your understanding of the structure at the time, that these units were under the command of Musa Yashari, the commander of the local operational staff?
Si dokumento che
I see it for the first time as a document. However, it is true that Lumi Cheliku units were in Pashtrik operational zone and that Mus Yashari was assigned commander of that zone.
Your Honour, I'd like to tender the document, please.
Objection. I can't make the objection without explaining my position, Mr. President, but the substance hasn't been put to a witness who's competent, if I can speak in generalities. There's no... Yes, then let's do that, please.
We will excuse the witness for just a few minutes. We need to make some record outside of your presence, witness.
Mr. President, the document has no date. It's not signed. It's not stamped. The prosecutor, it purports to be issued by the general staff. This witness was an officer in the general staff, and the prosecutor doesn't put to him, what do you know, and was this document issued by the general staff as far as you know? He was in the staff at the time. So our position is that this is not a document that existed at the time. The witness says he's seen it for the first time now. So we would object to admission without putting to this witness, who may be competent to testify as to its authenticity and whether it was contemporaneously written, and to just sort of nibble around the edges and try to get it admitted that way is improper.
Thank you, Your Honour. First, the document does bear a date. It's dated the 21st of June, and the witness has just described that he was involved in unifying the command of these units in June 1998.
May I respond, Mr. President?
Sure.
First of all, what I was referring to is the top left-hand corner is not dated. There's no stamp, there's no signature, and it's different to say the witness was involved and to say that the general staff issued a decision unifying these units. As you'll recall from the last witness we had, there is a document that does bear signatures that we took from Facebook concerning these units, and therefore this is a matter at issue, and we should see what the witness says about the authenticity of a document that's unsigned, undated in the upper left-hand corner, and doesn't have a stamp.
Your Honours, if I may add to this submissions of my learned friend, this document, I am told, is printed from a workstation that was seized from Jakub Krasniqi. Now, there is no evidence before the court that this document was ever printed at the time, and the witness has clearly said that this is the first time he's seen it.
Your Honour, if I could just add very briefly, and again, outside the presence of the witness, it's also noted that it's issued from Pristina, which would be surprising to note for anyone that the General Staff was issuing orders from Pristina at the time. So again, in terms of issues relating to its credibility, I would put that out there as well.
All right, I began to say, and I will now continue to say, I think I agree to a certain extent that you need to deal with this a little more specifically as to what he knows about the authenticity of the document. and certainly ask any other questions you have, but I would like to have some more information before I admit it. Please bring the witness in. All right, witness, we will proceed now. Go ahead.
Thank you. And witness, we're still looking at the document that's on the screen before you. You mentioned that you assisted in unifying the commands of these units in June 1998. Could you please describe a bit further what your involvement was?
We discussed the unifying of these units. Of these tasks, I had more in Suharek area, where these units, Cheliku and Lisi, were operating. Lumi was in the territory of Malishev municipality. These two units were unified in the Suharek area into one local staff, which was at the time called Suharek local staff. This would be, in short, my contribution in unifying these units at the time.
And did you make recommendations or proposals to the general staff in relation to the unification of these units?
Yes, because I was sent there, first of all, by Sokol Bashota, since these two units operating in that area had problems. They were not in good relations. So to eliminate these problems and unify the two units, I went there, spoke to both units, unified them, and we established the local staff of Suharek. And of course, once this was completed, I informed the operational directorate about the unification of these two units and about the establishment of the Suharek operational staff, local staff.
And did the general staff approve this unification and the proposals that you had made?
First of all, the general staff at that time was called central staff. Of course, I informed the operational directorate, that is Sokol Bashota, as the head of the operational directorate.
And Your Honour, I do still intend to tender this document, but I'll perhaps show the next document to him first, as it relates also to what he has just mentioned.
All right.
So I'd like to show you another document from June 98. It's 1D00164, and the English has ET after it. Now, witness, you just mentioned unifying two units in Suvareka. Do you recognize the document in front of you?
Po,
Yes, I do.
And the units mentioned?
po,
Yes.
It refers to a meeting on the 26th of June when a decision was taken to merge those two units. Do you recall that?
po plötsligt.
Yes, entirely.
And did you attend that meeting as is reflected in the document?
Po, kam,
I did, yes.
And do you recognize the names of the commander, deputy, chief of staff, and others mentioned in it?
po plötsligt.
Yes, I do.
And did these units then fall under Musa Yashari as referenced in the previous document we just looked at?
Ja, no, då kommer
No, something else is written in the other document. This document reflects the unification of the staff, local staff of Suhareka. The previous document is for the zone because Lumi, as I said, is a totally different unit operating in a different area, which was the Malishev area. This is as far as the previous document is concerned. In this document, only the local staff of Suhareka is treated. That is, that staff was established.
And did the local staff of Suvareka fall within the Pastric zone?
po,
Yes.
Under the authority of Musa Yashari?
po natko.
Yes, at that time.
Your Honour, I'd like to tender the prior document again, please. It was SPOE 00232-474.
Same objection, Mr. President. The substance hasn't been put to the witness.
1D00164ET is admitted, as is SPOE 00232-474ET. Under 138.
Mr. President, just for the record, 1D00164 is already an admitted exhibit.
That's right. That's your,
Right.
that was your evidence, yes.
Your Honor, document SPOE 00232474 to 00232474 and its English translation will receive exhibit number P01381 and it's classified as confidential.
Thank you very much.
And it
Thank
can
you.
be,
You may go on.
it can be classified as public.
Reclassified as public.
Thank you.
I would like to show you some notes from around that same time. This would be P00075. And the English has ET at the end. The relevant page is 9270 or page 24 of the PDF. Witness, I'd like you to look at the entry on the top left part of the page. And first, at the bottom of that entry, it says Agam Brashants. Do you know who that would be a reference to?
Agim është emri kur
Agim is the name, whereas Breshans is the name of a village. That's where the command of the Suharek local staff was stationed, that is of Brigade 123.
And as we saw on the previous document, Agam Kuchi was the chief of staff there, is that correct?
Po, në
Yes, in the Suharek local staff.
At the top of the document, it appears to say talk with Bislam. Is this the type of information that you were giving to units and local staffs at the time in relation to structure?
po,
Yes.
So please bring up SPOE 00225-796. So first, looking at the bottom of the document, do you recognize the name at the bottom?
po,
Yes.
Is it correct that he was the commander of the local staff in Suvareka at the time? This is dated the 1st of July.
po,
Yes.
This is a request for KLA number plates. Is it correct that certain KLA vehicles had specific KLA number plates?
po, është s-
Yes, that's correct.
And in the last sentence, it also requests 2 further number plates for military police. Were there specific military police number plates as well?
nuk më kujtohet.
I don't recall. I know that there were KLA plates, but I don't know about the military police. I don't recall it.
Your Honour, I'd like to tender the document, please.
Your Honor, I raised the same objection as I did this morning.
Anyone else?
I'll object also because it's an unsigned document.
SPOE 00225-796 is admitted, having met the prima facie standard of Rule 138.
Just to confirm on the record, both pages of the document should be admitted.
Can you please turn to the second page? But yes, that's correct.
Oh.
Yes, it's the back of the same document.
Your Honor, we object to the second page going in. It's just some scribbles on it, and who scribbled it, we don't know. Or it's not been established.
Your objection's overruled. Go ahead.
Your Honors, document with ERN SPOE 00225796 to SPOE 00225797, and its English translation will receive exhibit number P01382. Classification is confidential.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Witness, a short time we look to go at a document appointing Musa Yashari as commander of the local operational staff headquartered in Malyshevo. Did his responsibilities expand beyond just the 3 units mentioned in that decision, Chelaku, Lumi and Lisi?
Permissive.
A correction. He was not appointed commander of the local staff of Malyshevo. Musa Shari was appointed commander of the staff of the operational zone of Pashtrek. When we say local Malyshevo staff, is a different, much lower unit compared to what his exact position was.
And by approximately when was he exercising the responsibilities over the Pastrik zone?
From the time he was appointed until November 98.
From approximately when were you aware of him exercising those functions or having been appointed?
After he was appointed, I would say end of June, beginning July.
I'd like to go back to the visits you were making to different units in the summer of 1998. As a general matter, in June and July, when you were assigned to visit units to assist with their organization, how would you know where the KLA units were based or which villages to go to?
I'll give you an example. So in the beginning, in June, apart from what I explained earlier, the unification of the local staff in Suarega, following this, I went to local unit staff in prison. At the time, in June, towards the end of June, representatives from this region came to the staff, central staff, and had discussions with Sokol Bashota. Sokol Bashota called me and instructed me to go in this territory to assist them in organizing the units in this territory, and obviously in this process to form the staff in prison. So either representatives of local staff would come to the central staff and ask for this, or I would do this when going from one staff in one zone to another staff in a different zone.
You have said it was around the end of the very end of June that you went to Prizren to assist. Were there Serbian forces present in the area around Drini or Vrin at that time?
Yes, there were. Around the territory of Drini, not inside.
So surrounding it, but not within the area, is that correct?
Correct. surrounding, not inside zone.
And approximately what geographic area was covered by that zone?
Zona geografike
The geographical area covering the territory of Brin is the southeast of Prizren area.
You have said previously that the local staff there was based in Zheshkov. I'm referring to SPO Part 2, page 12. Can you please describe the buildings and headquarters being used in Zheshkov at the time?
Štabi lokal
The local staff, after I went there and it was set up, the command was based in Yeshkov in a private house. In addition to this private house, there was also the old school where the military units of the local staff were stationed.
Were there military police there at the time?
Yes, there was a squad, such a squad.
Where were they based?
Ishte në shkollë.
In the school, in Yeshkova.
Do you recall who the commander and deputy commander of the military police squad was?
Komandant ka qenë kësaj një.
The commander of this unit was Seladin Berisha.
Zëvendësin nuk më kujtohet tash.
I don't recall the deputy.
You've described that Remzi Ademi became the local staff commander there. Did he have a nickname?
Po,
Yes. Remzi Ademi was the commander of the local staff. His nickname was Peteriti, and the group was referred to as Peteriti, just as we mentioned before regarding other units, Lumi Cheliku. The prison unit, the group was named Petriti.
And you've previously described the commander in Leshkovech was Nasser Berisha, and in Belush was Zafar Berisha. Who were they reporting to in the structure?
të dy që përmendet janë komandant.
Both were battalion commanders, 1st and 2nd battalions. Nasser was the 1st commander battalion in Leskovets, and the 2nd one in Belush. They reported to the local staff command.
Is that Remzi Ademi in Yeshkov?
Po, me
Yes, with the command based in Yeshkov.
Which brigade were these units converted into or brought under?
më vonë kur formuan
And later on, when brigades were formed, they were converted into Brigade 125.
Do you remember any of the people who were working in logistics there at the time?
po.
Yes.
Can you please mention who you remember?
Si zëvendës komandant
The deputy commander for logistics was Selim Krasniqi, and his assistant was Jemshid Krasniqi.
Can we please show P0002 70, 70. Do you recognize the locations being referred to here?
Vendodit po.
The locations, yes, but I'm seeing this for the first time.
Were you involved in the effort to unify command in that area?
Po.
Yes.
Can you describe your involvement, please?
Unë personalisht
I worked in this territory the same way I worked in other territories to unify groups, units existing in those territories. We worked in this territory to establish the 2nd Battalion in the Pashtric zone, actually in the Rahovets area. And I worked on unifying the units in these various villages, and they merged, brought under a regional staff, as they were referred to, local staffs, Sohareka, Prison, Rahovet staffs, which then further formed brigades. But at that time, yes, I worked in this territory to unify the units.
And where were these units brought under in terms of the command structure?
to bën pjesë si batalioni 2.
They are part of it as a 2nd Battalion of the Rahovets local staff.
Pastaj brigadas 120.
And then Brigade 124.
Binak Gashi, who is mentioned there, is he one of the officers who came in from Albania with you?
Po.
Yes. One of the officers who entered Kosovo together at the same time with me.
And he was based in Drenots, is that right? Or assigned to Drenots?
Po njëjtë edhe ai është bërë.
He was also assigned in Drenots because he was from the area of Garemnik, originally born there, and he knew the people, they knew him, so it was easier for him to be assigned there and work for the unification of these groups and units and to form the 2nd Battalion.
We can see that this document refers to a General Staff meeting held on the 30th of June. Did you attend that meeting?
Jo.
No.
Had you made your recommendations or proposals to someone in relation to this restructuring?
Po këtë restrukturim
we were already in the territory of Rahovets with the purpose of restructuring. I made these proposals to the units. and also I reported to the operational director at Sokol Bashota, suggesting that they could be brought closer, make a unit as a second battalion within the local staff. Before that, I had been in the territory of Vrinin prison, so I was not there during those days.
Now, you've confirmed previously, and I'm referring here to P01356, that's the Sainovich testimony, at page 6017, that by mid-July, the KLA held up to approximately 50% of the territory of Kosovo, more or less. You couldn't confirm the exact percentage. Are you familiar with the term free zone?
Yes, certainly. A free zone is a zone which is controlled by the units. For us, the free zone was a zone that was under KLA control, or a zone where there was no Serbian forces presence.
Was there an area in Kosovo that was referred to as a free zone at that time? So that's June and the first half of July?
Yes, in June, most of Drenica, Pastrik, and Dugajin, there were many locations where there were free zones.
In the free zone area in Pastrik, was there a place that was considered the capital of the area at the time?
As a town or municipality, it was Malisheva, which was a free zone under full control of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
Now, you've described being informed that you were appointed head of the operational directorate. When approximately were you informed of that?
Sometime in the middle of July, 3 or 4 days before the offensive in Rahovec.
I'd like to show an exhibit, please. It's SPOE 00223376. Page 2 in the English. And in the Albanian, it's the top of the second column of text. And I'll read it. You're responding to a question and you say, while later I understood this matter quite clearly, after we entered Kosovo and after a meeting with the members of the General Staff, which I had in June, at which I too was accepted as a member of the General Staff and as head of the Operational Directorate, 15 June 1998, At that time, the members of the General Staff were Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Vaseli, Sokol Bashota, Recep Salimi, Jakub Krasniqi, and Lahi Brahimai. All of these accepted me as a member of the General Staff and as head of the Operational Directorate in the General Headquarters. On that day, Jakub Krasniqi was in charge. In that meeting, I made the acquaintance of all the members of the General Staff and what their positions were. And they informed me that the commander of the KLA General Staff was Azim Sula, but his name had to be kept secret because of his activity outside Kosovo. Based on what you've just testified, I believe that date should be July rather than June. Is that correct? The 15th of July. But other than that, is the information...
That's correct.
Is the account accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
And so that's also when you were informed of Azim Sula's role, but also told that it must be kept secret. Is that correct?
Correct.
Where was this meeting held, where the General Staff members accepted you as head of the Operational Directorate?
I don't remember exactly. We were in a house, a private house in the area of Malisheva, but I don't know exactly where.
And at the time of your appointment, did you have discussions with the General Staff members about how to organise the Operations Directorate?
We spoke briefly, not in detail because we did not have time to discuss it. Immediately after this, we had to go in the area of Dukajin, where we had a meeting planned with the commander of the zone.
What were the topics that you did discuss at that time?
Developments were discussed, assessing how the unification of local staffs was going in subzones, and how the further reorganization of the Kosovo Liberation Army was going. So these were the topics discussed.
Did you have any discussion of potential staffing for the Operations Directorate?
No. Apart from the fact that I was given the position in this directorate, together with me was Agim Cheda. So at the time we were just two as officers, with the assistance given to me by Recep Salimi and Sokol Bashota at the time. However, we did not have other members. We were told to work in bringing in new officers in order to complete the positions within this directorate.
In June and July 1998, what was the procedure for authorising KLA operations?
In general, the units had first to be ready in the operational sense. If they were ready and well equipped, supplied with sufficient logistics, then we could continue with the operations. Otherwise, the general staff could or allow for operations which are operative and strategic operations. Whereas at the lower tactical level, this was decided by zone commanders as per the situation and the needs. They would act within their own territory.
Now, you've told us that very shortly after your appointment you went to Dukagjini. Where did you first go?
We first went to the meeting with the zone commander of the Dukajin area, Commander Sharadine. We met in Jablanice, the village of Jablanice.
Were there others who travelled with you to that meeting?
Yes. Members from the staff, we went together.
Who went with you from the general staff?
It was me, Jakub Krasniqi, Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimi, Lahi Ibrahimi.
And did all of those persons also attend the meeting with the zone commander in Jablanice?
Yes, on that same day.
You mentioned that Lahi Ibrahimi was one of the people who travelled with you. Do you know what his function was at that time in the general staff?
I know he was in the general staff at the time. From what I can remember, he was in the finances directorate, but what his position was prior to that, I don't know.
Were you there for the whole meeting that was held in Jablanice?
Yes. And in addition to being present during the meeting, I stayed after the meeting in the Dukajin zone to get to know the zone, the situation in the zone. So I stayed for several days after in that territory.
What was discussed at the meeting? And then we'll go to when you travelled on into the rest of Dukagjini.
We discussed matters of supplies, logistics, development of the Kosovo Liberation Army, its expansion, and its strengthening. From what I can remember, these were the topics we discussed at the time.
So you started to tell us, but now please proceed. After the meeting, what did you do?
After the meeting, I continued on with the zone commander to familiarize myself with the zone and went to the command of the Dukagjini zone in Glorjan, and together with Sali Veseli, who was the former commander of that staff, we went to visit the units in Dukagjini area, in Glorjan, Jablanice, Lugui, Baranit, and these areas. And of course, we visited the territory of Reka Ekece, which was on the other side, closer to the border with Albania.
I'd like to show you some documents. So the first one is U001 ET1-5562. And the English has ET1 after it. So this document is dated the 28th of July. Is it correct that that would be shortly after your visit to Ducagini?
This was shortly after the visit, which was a long time before this document.
I'd just like to clarify your answer slightly. You visited in the middle of July, is that correct? And this document is dated the 28th of July, so it's a short time after you visited the zone.
Yes, not maybe a short time, maybe a bit longer than that, because on the 9th I was in the 19th I was in the area of Rahovec, and what is reported here are events on the 28th of that month and year, but it could be, as you said.
So I'd like to look at some of the content of the document just to see if it reflects what you observed while you were there. Could we go down a bit further, please, on page 1? And in the second last paragraph, it refers to 3 assault brigades having been formed. Was that accurate at that time?
Yes, at the time when I was visiting, these brigades were in the phase of being formed, structured.
Did you assist in that or have any involvement?
Yes, a little bit in terms of the command, how to organize the command.
We can go to page 2, please. And we can see there in the second last paragraph, it refers to military police having been established. Did you observe that at the time? Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Your Honour, I'd like to tender the document, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection being heard. U001-5562 ET1 and the Albanian translation is admitted. Please assign the exhibit number.
Your Honor, just for the record, it is U001-5562 to U01-5563 and the English translation. It will receive exhibit number P01383, apologies, and the classification is confidential.
So again, it may be public.
Reclassified as public, please.
Thank you.
Now I'd like to show SPOE 0023227. Does this reflect your understanding of Sally Vaselli's position in the Ducagini zone?
Yes, he was in this position.
Did he have any additional or dual role apart from being head of the operational sector?
At the time, he was also chief of staff of the Ducagini operational subzone.
I'd like to tender the document, please.
Your Honor, I raised the same objection. In addition, this is a document that is extracted from a workstation. There is no evidence before the court when this document was prepared and who prepared it. The witness has also not been asked if he had knowledge of such a document in existence. I also wish to indicate that there is, at the top, no reference number, and the date appears to suggest either 1998 or 1999. Which clearly shows that this document could well have been prepared in 1999.
I would join in that objection, Mr. President, for the same reasons I objected in previously. And again, the heart of the matter is not being put to a witness, even though the document purports to be coming from the general staff.
Your Honour, the document provides a meeting date for when the decision was made, and the witness has confirmed that it accurately reflects his knowledge of the individual's position at the time.
The objection's overruled. SPOE 0023227 will be admitted. Please assign an exhibit number.
Your Honor, just to mention for the record that this is a two-page document, but the second page seems to be empty. So
Just the first page.
just the first page. SPOE 00232227, and its English translation will be assigned exhibit number P01384, and the classification is confidential.
So again, this can be public.
Is this to be public?
Yes, it can be public. Thank you.
It'll be reclassified as public.
Can we please call up U000-2579? So first, if we please scroll down the page so that we can see the signature block. Do you recognize the signature, Mr. Sarapi?
På.
Yes.
Does this document reflect your understanding of the area of responsibility that Shamsuddin Chekai had?
På.
Yes. When I visited this zone.
And also the role of Sali Vasali, which we have just discussed in the prior document.
På.
Yes. It is addressed to the chief of the operational staff, just as I described it.
And I'd like to also tender this document, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection is heard. U000-2579 is admitted. Please assign an exhibit number.
Your Honor, the document and its English translation will receive exhibit number P01385. Current classification is confidential.
It can also be public.
Reclassify it as public.
Thank you.
And I'd like to call up document U000-2555. So again, starting at the bottom of the page, do you recognize the signature?
På.
Yes.
And does this reflect your understanding of Fatem Matmetai's role at the time?
På.
Yes.
Did you meet him when you were in making your first visit to Dukajini?
På.
Yes.
I'd like to tender the document, Your Honour.
Any objection? None seen. U000-2555 is admitted.
Your Honor, the document will receive, and its English translation will receive exhibit number P01386. Classification is public. Thank you.
Can we call up U002-2562? And for this document, the ET comes before the number. Now, we see there the typed name of Fatan Mehmetai, whose role we've just discussed. And it's addressed to the commander of the rapid units headquartered at Erznic. What units were they?
Gjatë vizitës sime,
During my visit in Iznic, there was the Rapid Intervention Unit, led at the time by Togheri, which was under the command of the commander of the Dugagini operational subzone.
What is Togar's full name, his real name?
në Togheri,
Togher's full name is Idris Balay.
And did this unit, this rapid unit, have a name, rapid intervention unit? Did it have a name that it was known by?
po më vonë është quajtur.
Yes, later on it was called Shqiponiat e Zeza, or Black Eagles.
Did you go to Erznic during your visit to Dukagini in July?
Po,
Yes.
And did you meet Togar there?
po, aty jam taku.
Yes, I met him there.
I'd like to tender the document, Your Honour.
No objection being heard. U002-2562 is admitted.
Your Honours, the document and its English translation will receive exhibit number P01387. Classification is confidential.
So it can be public, thank you.
We classify it as public.
Thank you, Your Honour.
I'd like to call up U000-2573. And again, for the English, the ET comes before the number.
Can Council please mention the ERN number of the Albanian version? I'm not able to find it.
I believe it should be the same number, so I believe it should be U000-2573. Okay, we're about to come to a lunch break, so we'll skip this and go to the next document. U001-4546. And this again has ET at the start for the English version. So starting at the bottom, do you recognize the signature here?
Po,
Yes.
And do you recognize the person who's mentioned in this document, Cheram Kalmendi?
po.
Yes. He worked with the logistics in Albania.
Was that at the general staff level?
Po, ky ka qenë
Yes, he was together with the others that I knew at the logistics base, the KLA logistics base. I don't know why this authorization is issued when he was already a logistics officer.
Your Honour, I'd like to tender the document.
Any objection? None? U001-4546 is admitted.
Your Honor, the document and its corresponding English translation will receive exhibit number P01388. Current classification is confidential.
Please
It can be public.
reclassify as public.
Thank you.
And if we can call U000-2575. Again, the ET is at the start for this number. Do you recognize the signature in this document?
po.
Yes?
And do you know who Fan Nal Bardi is as referenced in it?
Po, e njoh,
Yes, I know who he is. He also worked with logistics in Albania together with Kerim Kelmendi in the area of Bayram Suri.
Your Honour, I'd like to also tender this document.
Any objection? None heard? U000-2575 is admitted.
Your Honors, this document and its corresponding English translation will receive exhibit number P01389. Current classification is confidential.
Please reclassify as public.
Thank you.
And we'll do one more document before the break, please. This is SPOE 00232246. Can we go on to the next page, please? Yes, thank you. Witness, do you recognize the name of the individual who's mentioned there? Buram Murmalaku, aka Dervishi?
Po.
Yes.
Can you please describe what his role was?
Sa më kujtohet, më.
As far as I remember at the time, he was a sort of a courier through whom, as needed, things were sent to Albania from Kosovo and vice versa. But for the first time in this document, I see him mentioned in the context of supply sector. I didn't know that.
Did he have any role in logistics or logistical matters?
Nuk e di, jo. Unë e di si lloj sikuri.
I don't know. What I know is that he was a courier, and I don't know about his involvement in logistics.
Your Honour, we'll take a lunch break, please.
Witness, it is time for our lunch break. It will be an hour and a half. You'll come back at 2:30, and then we will have a 2-hour session to end the day. So thank you so far. You may go with the usher. We hope you have a good lunch.
Thank you.
If there's nothing further, we'll be adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Court Usher, you can bring the witness in.
Your Honour, just for planning, are we breaking halfway through for 10 minutes or are we continuing through?
Well, we hadn't discussed it, but I think we should break it for 10 minutes, yes.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Thanks. Welcome back, witness. We will proceed now and continue, as I told you, this session goes for 2 hours. After 1 hour, we will take a 10-minute break, and then we will continue on until 4:30. Please give your attention to the specialist prosecutor.
Good afternoon.
Mirë dita.
Good afternoon.
Please call up P00879. Now, witness, you can take a minute to read it if you want. This document prohibits communicating with journalists about military issues, giving political assessments without special permission of the General Staff, or giving interviews. Does that reflect KLA policy at the time as you understood it?
Според документин беше по hertë po.
I see this document for the first time. With respect to the policies, normally the communications should have been limited, or at least the persons who would be allowed or able to communicate should be known, yes.
And I'd like to bring up U000-2988. In the English version, the ET goes at the start. Witness, first, do you recognize the signature on this document?
Po.
Yes.
And do you recognize the locations that it's addressed to at the top of the document? It's the first line.
Po.
Yes.
Were they all areas with KLA units within the Ducagini zone?
Според документи që kam këtu unë, shkruan për zonën e Dugagjinit.
The document says it's for the Ducagini zone, so I don't see other zones.
But based on your knowledge of those locations, did they fall within the Ducagini zone?
Po.
Yes.
Thank you. We can see that this makes reference to the General Staff decision that we've just looked at. I'd like to bring up a further document. It is SPOE 00225272. And before we look at this document, were you aware of issues within the Ducagini zone in relation to people speaking with journalists?
Po, ka pas.
Yes, there were.
Could we go to the second page, please, in the Albanian? So I'd like to correct the number. Apologies. It's 225755. Yes, thank you. Witness, do you recognize the signature on this document?
Po.
Yes.
And at point 3, we can see that it's confirming implementation of the General Staff Order that we just looked at. Is that right?
Po.
Yes.
Your Honour, I'd like to tender both of those documents, please. So that's the current one, SPOE 00225755, and the prior document, U000-2988.
Any objection?
To the first document that was shown to the witness, Your Honour, I object on the basis that the document is incomplete and it's not signed.
Thank you. The objection is overruled. U0002988 and SPOE 00225755 are both admitted.
Your Honors, just a clarification for the first document. Is it only first page?
Yes, it's the page we looked at.
The first document, first page of U0002988, and its English translation will receive exhibit number P01390. Classification is confidential. And the second document, SPOE 00225755, and its English translation will receive exhibit number P01391. Classification is confidential as well.
Thank you. They can both be public, and it may have been the second page that we looked at for the first document, but we will verify that and come back to you. It's the one that we looked at.
Both are to be reclassified as public, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. They will be reclassified as public.
Now, returning to the chronology, you've already described that you had to return from Dukagjini to assist with the fighting in Rahavats. Did you hear at the time that there had been an attack on Uptarusha?
Ja.
No.
I'd like to show a prior statement, Your Honour, with leave.
Your Honour, just on this, if we could just explain, is it 1431 or 1432? Is this refreshing or is there some other basis?
Well, the witness said no, so this is a prior inconsistent statement that I'm putting.
So it's 1432 that the prosecution counsel is putting this statement. If we could just be clear on the basis each time, I think that would help the record, Your Honour.
Go ahead.
The reference is IT 0587_1 T2489. And the page is 2508 in the English and page 22 in the Albanian. So in the English, I'm reading from line 17. The question was, Do you know that in July 1998, the KLA attacked the village of Optarusha? Answer: I heard that there was an attack in Optarusha, but I was not there. I was outside the territory of the Pastric zone. I was in another zone in the outskirts of Prizren. It's there that I heard about it. Does that refresh your recollection?
Po,
Yes.
So is that portion that I just read to you accurate?
po, sakta.
Yes, it's accurate.
Now, I would like to show P00643. And we'll stay on page 1, please, to start. And it can be broadcast. Do you see the date of 23 July on the page, witness?
Po,
Yes.
It mentions that you came to the headquarters and assumed the position of the head of the operational directorate. And then there's some discussion of Rahavats. Do you remember this meeting?
detyrende drejtorit të
I assume the functions of the head of the directorate earlier. Brauvet's case was indeed discussed, how it happened and how it all occurred.
And does the discussion in these notes, so far as you can read it, reflect your understanding at the time of what had occurred in Rahavats?
Po,
Yes.
Where was this meeting held?
nuk më kujtohet se
I don't recall. This was a time of attacks, offensives. I don't recall exactly the location. Most probably based on what we can see here in the territory of Malisheva, but I don't recall where exactly.
Do you remember who attended?
jo.
No.
Now, you've previously indicated that you asked Tahir Zemai and a couple of other officers to join you in the Operations Directorate. This is SPO Part 3, page 32. And down near the bottom of this page, it's the second last paragraph, and it says that a decision was taken regarding certain people to report to the General Staff. The names include Chizemai, Rustam Barisha, what could be N. Maloko, and another. Can you provide further context to this, please?
Po,
Yes, it is true. I remember very well that after returning from my visit in Dukajin and in Rahovets, in the course of this meeting, I discussed with some officers who were in the territory of Dukajin, Tahir Zemai, Rustem, Naim Malyoku, and others. It was asked that these officers be transferred to the Operations Directorate because of their experience and skills. And this was approved by the staff. However, despite this approval, request and approval, only Naim Maloko responded to the appeal, to this call, and came to the operations directorate.
Can we please bring up P00913?
Mr. President, I'm told that a portion of the witness's answer at the end was not translated.
Witness, I'll read to you the last part of your answer that's recorded on the transcript, and if there was anything you wanted to add to that, please add it. What we have on the transcript is that only Naim Maloko responded to the appeal to this call and came to the operations directorate. Did you say anything after that?
Jo,
No, the others did not answer the call and did not show up.
Just for the record, that's what I understood he said in the prior answer.
Now, does this decision on the screen at the moment reflect what you've just described to the court?
Po.
Yes.
So you've told us that of these people, only Naim Maloko responded to the call. Were you successful in getting any other officers other than these people?
Jo.
No.
Na terveys filoon.
The fighting, fierce fighting started throughout the territory of Kosovo, and we were not able to deal with this matter or helping other zones to defend themselves.
When did Kamal Shakiri get assigned to the Drenica zone?
Nie, ten kokore.
At the same time, when I visited the Dukacini zone, Kamal Shakiri reported, and he was then sent to the Drenica zone, where he was appointed chief of staff of the Drenica zone. There was also Shaban Draga, who also came from this group and joined Brigade 121 in the highlands of Berisha as commander of the brigade.
Now I'd like to go back to P00643, please. And this time we'll go to page 2 of both the English and Albanian. And we'll look at the portion of the page under the 16th of August heading, please. Thank you. So under the 16th of August heading, it says there was a long talk about appointment of commanders and formation of brigades. And then there's a list of some of the zones and brigades. Did you also attend that discussion?
No, Shepherketi just
With respect to the 16th of August, yes. This must have been a discussion we had in the Drenica zone.
Who else was part of that meeting?
Nuk më kujtohet.
I don't recall all the attendees, but certainly there must have been the representative from the operations. This was in August and several offensives were ongoing. I am not sure with the members of the staff were all of them there, but certainly somebody from the staff must have been there. The situation was discussed and it was agreed and to transform the local staffs into brigades, but I do not recall exactly who the attendees were.
Now, you've previously described a visit to LAP during the offensives, and I would like to show you a document 090568. Do you recognize the stamp and signature on this document?
Po,
Yes,
Is it correct that Kadri Kastrati was the deputy commander of the LAP zone?
po është saktë.
yes, that's correct.
And was it at approximately this time that you were making your visit to the LAP zone?
Po,
Yes.
Your Honour, I'd like to tender the document, please.
Any objection?
And
No
it can-
objection being made. 090, I'm sorry, 568 is admitted
And it can be public.
and is reclassified as public.
Your Honors, 090568 and its English translation will receive exhibit number P01392 and it's now reclassified to public.
So you've also previously described making a second visit to Dukajini around the end of August 1998, together with Hashim Thaçi, Recep Salimi and Lahi Brahimai, to address the issue of who should be zone commander. This is SPO Part 3, page 20. So I will only ask you some supplementary questions on this for now. How were you informed that there had been a change in the Dukajini zone commander?
po ne atë kohë na
In August, there were offensives going on, in particular in the Drnica zone and in the Pashtik area. I know that Recep Salimi informed me at the time that the change had happened in the Dukajini zone, because we did not have this information. And we left with him. We met with other staff members in the territory of Malishevo, and we continued on and went to Dukajin.
After you had addressed the issue, did the other general staff members also travel back with you from Dukajini, or did they go somewhere else?
në atë kohë kemi shku së bashku në Recep.
We went there together, Recep Salimi, Hashim Thaçi, Lahi Brahimi. This was the group.
And on the way back, did you travel back together as well?
Nuk më kujtohet.
I don't recall. Yes, we returned together from there.
Did you pass through Yablanica on the way there and back?
Po.
Yes. In particular, on the way back through Jablanica on foot, we crossed the river Drini-Bar and went into Malisheva territory in Panards and Mrasor.
Did you stop at Jablanica to inspect units or do anything there?
Jablanica min dalur në
We stopped in Jablanica, we rested for a while, and then we continued during the night because we waited for night to come in order to move into that territory, which I mentioned before, at night.
Did you, so changing slightly, did you also go to Zverk around this time? Sorry, you can, did you hear my question or would you like me to repeat it?
një përsëritim le të.
If you could repeat, please.
So I was asking, did you go to Zverk also at around this time, the end of August, start of September?
Po mendoni në fshatin Cvrk.
You mean in the village of Sverk of Gashi? We passed by on our way to Dukacin and also on our way back from Dukacin.
Did you attend a meeting there at some time around this time period?
Për çet periudhë kohore jo.
Not during this period of time.
Approximately when? Do you recall having a meeting there?
Më herët
Before this time that we went to Dukacin, when we were discussing the unification of units operating in villages, those that I mentioned earlier, to unify them into one battalion, which was in fact the 2nd battalion of the local staff of Rahovets.
I'd like to show P00075. And the relevant page is 9300. Now, over on the left-hand column, there's a heading, Questions for the General Staff, and then there's a list of different issues. One of the items listed there is, well, first, can you tell me who attended the meeting that you remember going to in Zverk?
Ky takim
This meeting at this time on our way back from there did not happen in Sverk but in Mrasor, village. It is close to Tvrk area. It is the same group that returned from Dugajin.
So that was you, Recep Salimi, Hashim Thaçi, and Lahi Brahima, is that correct?
Mă duc ce știu că cen.
I think so. That was the composition of the group, because I cannot remember or think of another meeting at this period of time.
Who did you meet with there from the local staff?
Mă gândesc da me antate ștab.
With the members of the local staffs in Mrasor, Bina Gashi was there as well. There were also representatives of the Rahovets local staff there, because there were problems with some units operating in Ratkots in that area. From what I remember, based on this document, this is what I remember about the event.
So the problems with the units in Ratkots is what you recall from the agenda item that's listed, Ratkots and Radost cases, is that right? Or I don't know if it's an agenda item, but it's a bullet point.
Po.
Yes.
Po kishte probleme tash.
There were problems, and these were the issues that were discussed.
So we can take the document down, thank you. We know that in September 1998 you left Kosovo to carry out some other duties and then returned again in November. And you've described participating together with Kadri Veseli and others in discussions with the government in exile during the time you were outside of Kosovo. That's SPO Part 14, pages 33 to 37. Did you brief the other general staff members back in Kosovo on the outcome of those discussions when you returned?
Po, pasi.
Yes, after we returned. But before we returned, some of the members of the staff were also in Albania, like the general commander, and they already knew and were informed.
And then did Kadri Veseli go back into Kosovo with you when you were briefing the people who had not been in Albania?
Po, zbashke kemi kthyer.
Yes, we returned together in November.
I'd like to show you SPOE 00229-217. It's a revised 1 version for the English. And it can be broadcast.
For the record, this is 400011.
you, Madam Court Officer.
So, Your Honour, I believe that a slightly lesser redacted version, which is just revised, has been tendered as, been admitted as 4D 00011 ET. This is a revised one version, and when I finish asking the witness questions about it, I would ask for this version to replace or be added to the existing number, exhibit number. There are small corrections. I can mention what they are if you want, but otherwise
Yes,
I'll
go
just
ahead.
proceed. So, for example, the date of 13 November 1998 was omitted from the prior English version, and the formatting of this has also been adjusted to be more reflective of the original Albanian. Now, witness, these notes appear to reflect meetings on the 12th and 13th of November 1998. Did you attend those meetings?
Po.
Yes.
And what was the subject matter?
Tema e këtij takimi
The subject matter of this meeting was the agreement with the Ministry of Defense of the government in exile and the restructuring of the general staff to suit the needs of the time. And we began with the restructuring of the staff at this meeting.
Where was the meeting held?
këtë takimi kemi mbajtur
We were all present at this meeting, members of the staff that is, and we discussed the transformation of the general staff.
So when you say we were all present, could you please list who was present?
sa më kujtohet.
As far as I remember, maybe not all of them because the commander was not present, but it was Recep Selimi, myself, Mr. Grabovci, Lahi Ibrahimaj, and some others whom I cannot remember at this moment. And we did discuss, as I said, the restructuring. I can't remember whether Jakub or Hashim were there.
And was Kadri Vaseli, who had come back in with you, there?
Kur kemi bisedu pastaj
At the beginning, yes. When we discussed the discussions, how they went, but later on, when we discussed the restructuring, he was not present. This is to my recollection, because a long time has passed.
And where were these meetings held?
ky takim është
This meeting was held in Berisha Mountains in Shati I Ri, Novosel.
Was it at or around these meetings that you were appointed as Chief of Staff?
në këtë takim.
At this meeting, when we started to discuss the restructuring.
So, Your Honour, as I mentioned previously, I'd ask that the revised one version of the English be added to the exhibit number, please, or replaced, whichever.
Any objection to that substitution? No. Apparently not. So please substitute SPOE 0022921 7, revised 1, for 4D00011 ET.
Thank you, Your Honor. The revised version of English translation will receive exhibit number 4D00011 and will replace the previously admitted English translation, version of English translation. Thank you.
Is that to be public?
Yes, it can be. Thank you.
Please.
It is already classified as public. Apologies.
Now, when you took over as Chief of Staff, were you provided with any chart of the pre-existing structure of the General Staff?
Ja, not cool.
No, I didn't have one for the previous structure, but as I said, we started to discuss the new structure at this meeting, as you can see.
So, how were you informed of the previous structure? Was it just through the discussion that took place at this meeting?
Jo već në simbas besedimën këtë takim, po dhe më herët
Even before, when I was appointed head of the operations directorate, I had some knowledge about the existing directorates and which ones were operational. There was the directorate for relations with the public and with internationals, the information directorate, and the financial directorate at the time, as far as I remember, that were functioning. And of course there was the spokesperson.
And were these described to you, or was it just through your observation, or how did you become aware of which directorates were operational?
të kam mësuar gjatë
I learned this after my appointment as head of the operational directorate during my contacts on the ground.
Now, you've mentioned information and finance. Were there other directorates prior to November?
Nuk e di ato.
That I don't know. I mentioned those that I know were functional and operational.
So there was an operations directorate, correct? Because you were the head of the operations directorate already.
Po.
Yes, correct.
And I'd like to refer to Prep Note 2, paragraph 18. It's 121825. It's only in English, so there's no need to bring the document up. I'll just read it to you.
I'm going to object to, it's not in evidence, Prep Note 2.
I'm aware it's not in evidence. I'm presenting it to refresh the witness's recollection or as a prior inconsistent statement, given that he has stated something inconsistent on the stand just now.
Okay, but I'm sorry to be a stickler, but I would expect that leave would be sought if an inconsistent statement is going to be put to the witness.
Are you asking leave?
I am requesting leave, thank you.
Court grants leave.
And just for the record, we only ask this just so the record is clear as to whether the prosecution was impeaching its own witness on a particular point, and that's why we asked that it be made clear.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So now I'll read the paragraph. It says, the witness This was in response to a question as to what directorates existed prior to November 1998. The witness lists the following directorates as having existed prior to November 1998. Information, operations, finance, intelligence, and logistics in Albania. Only after the reorganization in November 1998 was a personnel directorate or the other directorates. Do you recall having said that last week?
Plotësisht edhe tashet.
Completely, and I think I just mentioned which were the existing directorates before the reorganization.
So is the list that I just read to you accurate?
Po e saktë është.
Yes, it is accurate, and I think I mentioned myself the directors.
Can we please bring up P01016? Do you recognize the stamp and the signature on this document?
Po.
Yes.
Whose signature is it?
Në shkrimi është I Jakub Krasniqit.
Jakub Krasniqit's signature.
This refers to the General Staff meeting held on the 12th of November. Was this one of the matters that was discussed at that meeting as well?
Po, siç e ceka në.
Yes. As I mentioned, the reorganization of the KLA was discussed, of the staff and of the zones, and it was decided that the subzones should become operational zones.
Do you remember there ever having been a discussion within the KLA about reducing the number of operational zones from 7 down to 3?
Mua s'më kujtohet.
I don't remember that.
Now I'm skipping forward slightly in time, but staying on the topic of operational zones. And I'd like to call up P01108. And if we could also scroll down slightly in the Albanian just so that the signature block is visible. Thank you. Do you remember this project in relation, a commission in relation to operational zone boundaries?
Po.
Yes.
And were the people mentioned here, Recep Salimi, Fatmir Limay, and Salih Veseli, were these the people assigned to work on it?
Po.
Yes.
Was the boundary set centrally, or did it also involve cooperation or coordination with the zone command?
Gjitha kufit
All the boundaries were coordinated on the level of zone commanders and also centrally, depending on how their position was on the ground.
So would the members of the general staff go on the ground in order to carry out this task?
jo, grupi që ka
No, the group that went there, as I said, these boundaries were discussed and delineated earlier. They were put on paper, and this group commission then went to verify this and to see if any improvements could be made to problematic areas, geographically speaking.
I'd like to call up SPOE 00226624. And we'll start on page 2, please. Now we can see there at the bottom of the page a reference to the Commission for Delineating Operational Zones, which we've just discussed. If we go back to page 1, down at the bottom of the page, there's a reference to a Promotions Commission, which appears to be crossed out. Do you recall there being discussions about having such a commission?
po, është për të
Yes, such commission was discussed, promotions commission that is, but at that time it wasn't possible to do that because promotions requires a totally different system which was not in existence at that time.
And Your Honour, I'd like to tender this document, please.
Yes, Your Honour. I don't know where it's from or who is purported to have written it. I don't think the witness has actually said much more than that there was some discussion. I don't want to go further than that, but I don't think he's...
That's enough. Thank you. Any response?
Well, Your Honour, I think the witness has described a number of matters contained in the document as fact that he recalls having been discussed at the time. He's explained that this one, which we see crossed out here, didn't actually go ahead. He's also described the Operational Zone Commission in relation to previous documents. He's talked about its membership. I believe there's a sufficient basis.
Thank you. The document is relevant, authentic, and has probative value at the level of prima facie, which we require for under Rule 138. It is admitted. SPOE 00226624 Just page 2, or do you want page 1 and 2?
Yes, both pages, Your Honour.
Page 1 and 2.
Can we just... Sorry, Your Honour, can we just see page 1? I've only got page 2 here. I just want to see what the other page is.
You're looking at page 1, I believe, are you not?
Whichever is the other page that we haven't seen.
Yes.
So we saw both pages. We started on page 2. Can we just go forward for counsel? It refers to the Commission for the Delineation of Operational Zones. We started on this page and then we went back to page 1.
Thank you.
Your Honor, SPOE 00226624 to SPOE 00226625, and its English translation will receive exhibit number P01393, and it's classified as confidential.
It can be public.
Reclassify it as public.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
And Your Honour, we can take the break now if that suits the court.
Yes. Witness, we will give you a 10-minute break right now, then we'll come back and finish the last hour of the hearing. We're adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise.
Be seated. You may bring the witness in. Are you ready to go, Mr. Zarapi?
Four.
Yes.
Go ahead, Miss Lawson, I'm sorry.
Thank you. So can we please bring up P00647? Can you describe what that is, please?
Kjo është një regjistër i
This is a registry of the protocol documents, the general stuff.
Were you familiar with such protocols or registries of documents being kept?
Po, e di.
Yes, I am aware that protocols were kept. There were in the staff, I was a member of the staff, I had my protocol as chief of staff, so it's known.
Were there other protocols kept apart from the one that you kept as chief of staff?
Po, procesa e ka pasur drejtoritë.
The director has had one. This is from the general staff, the commander of the general staff.
And where was this book kept?
Ky ka qenë te komandanti.
This was with the commander. I know it was with the commander.
Do you mean in Albania or do you mean with the deputy commander in Kosovo?
Jo, në Zelensk komandantin nuk.
With the deputy commander in Kosovo, this was not kept in Albania.
Now, you've previously spoken, we can take the document down, thank you. You've previously spoken about the interim rules for the organization of the internal life of the KLA, and you actually provided a copy of them to the ICTY. Do you understand the document that I'm referring to?
Rregullores, po.
The rules. Are the rules or the regulation?
The interim rules for the organization of the internal life of the army. Yep.
Po.
Yes, yes.
When had you first seen or received a copy of them?
Si rregull nuk kam pa këto.
Normally, I have seen this between November and December because I was not able to see this before, although it existed before, the regulation. But I saw this at that period of time because it had to be further improved and supplemented, the regulation that is, and we worked in that sense. I saw it in this period of time, not before.
But you were aware that it had existed before that?
Po.
Yes.
So moving to a different document, and this time it is the regulations P00083. And the English just has ET at the end. And if we can go on to the second page, just so that the witness can see the document. And the next page. Do you recognize what this is, witness?
Po.
Yes. This is the document of the internal regulation of the KLA.
Të shtabit përgjithshëm.
of the general staff.
And do you recall there being these general staff regulations?
Po, kjo faktikisht është
Yes, this was worked on and supplemented in November, December, during this phase of restructuring. And it was made available to general staff and at lower levels at the zone level.
Now, if we can go to the last page of the document, please. And down to the end. You can see that it appears to maybe be incomplete. Were there also other pages to this document that aren't shown here? Did it describe each of the directorates?
Po, gjitha drejtoritë.
Yes, all directorates were included. The regulations contain directions, instructions for from the general staff and down to the lower levels. They were all explained in writing, including tasks of the directors of the general staff.
So I'd like to move to another set of regulations. This is P00508. Do you recall there also being disciplinary regulations?
Po.
Yes.
Do you remember when they were prepared?
Nuk e di, më herët di që
I don't know. As I said earlier that there were. When we started the restructuring process, we also started adjusting and making these regulations functional for the Kosovo Liberation Army. However, we did not manage to achieve this, despite the fact that this was not the task of my director, but that of the legal department, because it requires lawyers to work on disciplinary regulations.
So was there a version of these regulations that existed prior to November 98?
nuk e di që
I don't know. Yes, there were, but I did not see it.
Now I'd like to call up SPOE 00223619. Can you please explain what this is?
po, është edhe kjo një
This is a description of duties of G1 or S1, which is the personnel department or sector. This is not from the general staff, but this is from the operative zones and brigades. It explains the duties and responsibilities of this sector at these levels.
And were there such job descriptions for officers at the zone level and at these levels?
Po.
Yes.
Kur folim këtë këtë më vonë janë bënë
All of these were prepared later in December 98 and then through to January 99.
Who prepared them?
varësisht për shtabin janë për
Depending on the type of regulations for the staff, it was done within the staff. At the zone level, they started in the zones. So the first group that entered up following the agreement reached, they had already translated version of duties and responsibilities, which was then used and distributed to other zones, other units, and adopted then for use in their zones.
When you're referring to the first group, could you just say expressly who it is or which group you're referring to there?
grupit të oficerëve të cilët
The group of officers which, following the agreement reached with the government, the Ministry of Defense of the government in exile, the first group of officers who came in November. This document was obtained from them.
Thank you. I'd like to tender that document, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
We reserve our position as to the search and seizure of the documents from the house of Mr. Krasniqi. We stand by those objections.
SBOE 00223619 is admitted.
If I may seek clarification whether it is only one page that is being admitted or three.
It's the full document, thank you. It's all one document. And it may be public as well.
Your Honor's document with ERN SBOE 00223619 to 00223621 and its English translation will receive exhibit number P01394. And current classification is confidential, but
Please, reclassify as public.
will be reclassified as public. Thank you.
Now, from November 1998 until, let's say, March 99, where was the general staff based?
nga nëntori, no,
From November 98 to March 99, the staff was for most of it in the village of Divjak in the mountains of Berisha.
So taking that March to November period, I would like to call up SPOE 000-82284. And we'll start on page 2, please, for both English and Albanian.
Albanian version has only one page.
In that case, we're going to have to come back to the document after we've verified whether there's a more complete version. So instead, I'd like to please call up SPOE 00229683. Or I apologize, I'm sorry to change my mind again, but I'm going to skip a whole section until we can get that document. And I will move to P00688. Thank you. And we'll start on the last page, please, just to see the signature block initially. Do you recognize the stamp and signature on this document?
Po.
Yes.
What stamp and whose signature is it?
Vulla është e shtabit përgjithshëm.
Is the general staff stamp and the signature of Jakub Krasniqi.
So we can go back to the first page, please. The document describes relations with OSCE observers, and there's a list of individuals for different areas. To your knowledge, was coordinating with the observers part of the responsibilities of the persons mentioned here?
Po.
Yes.
Thank you. We'll go to SPOE 00225-147. Now, looking down at the bottom of the document, do you know which hospital is being referred to here?
Sipas asaj që po i shoh këtu,
Based on what I see here, is the hospital in Denica.
And where was that based?
nuk di sa më kujtohet diku.
If I remember well, it was somewhere close to Likot.
And the document is authored by Fadil Becker. Who was he?
Fadil Beke ka qenë që
Fadil Beka was the director of the hospital, and he was the main person in charge for medical services within the Kosovo Liberation Army.
Who appointed him?
ka qenë dhe që në këtë detyrë.
I don't know. He was already in this position when I joined.
And we can see here that a request for certain support is being made. Did the general staff provide this type of logistical support to the KLA hospitals?
Shtabi arsa ka pas mundësi
The staff supported whenever they had the possibility to do so. They supported the hospitals, and not only in Dernica, but everywhere.
Were there also medical personnel in brigades apart from the hospitals?
po.
Yes. Almost every brigade had a doctors, medical staff, which we called medics within the brigades.
For the 121 brigade, who was the medical person there?
Në brigadën 121
In Brigade 121, it was Philip Selimi, the doctor. Fitim Selimi, correction.
Please.
Any objection?
Same objection, Your Honors. We stand by our position on the search.
Thank you. SPOE 0025, I'm sorry, 225147 is admitted and will be made public.
Yes, it may be public. Sorry, Your Honor.
Your Honors, the document will receive exhibit number P01395, and it will be reclassified as public.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So can we call up SPOE 00225789? And if we go down to the bottom of the document to start, please. Over to the second page, apologies. Do you recognize the signature on this document?
po.
Yes.
And now if we go back to the first page again, please. So we can see it lists a number of documents from the general staff. The first one is the one that we just looked at a short time ago relating to OSCE observers. The third one we also looked at a short time ago relating to the transformation of subzones into zones. The fourth one relates to the appointment of Sokol de Bruyne. Is it correct that he was appointed to the legal department, to the cabinet of the General Staff Commander?
Po.
Yes.
Going to the second page, please. And we can see that there are some queries and requests raised. One of those relates to the Chief of Staff role in Ducagini. Is it correct that that post was not filled at the time?
Po.
Yes.
Your Honours, I'd tender this document, please.
Any objection?
Same objection, Your Honours. We reserve our position on the search.
SPOE 00225789 is admitted.
And it can be public.
Reclassify as public.
Your Honor, the document will receive exhibit number P01396 and it will be reclassified as public. Thank you.
Can we bring up SPOE 00225794? To start, do you recognize the signature on this document?
Po.
Yes.
Do you recall receiving this request in relation to the manner of salute?
Po.
Yes.
Was it approved?
Jo.
No.
Përshëndetje ka jetë me dorë të shtrirë.
The salute that remained was with a flat hand.
Do you recognize the handwriting on the document?
Po, është edhe
Yes, it's my handwriting.
I tender the document, please.
Any objection?
Same objection, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, SPOE 00225794 is admitted, will be reclassified as public.
Your Honor, the document will receive exhibit number P01397 and will be reclassified as public, together with its English translation. Thank you.
Thank you.
And if we can just briefly please bring up P00638. Do you recognise this document, and is this the response you issued to the request we've just looked at?
Po, kjo është dokumenti është imi, në shkrim.
Yes, this is my document. The signature is mine, and the stamp is of the staff.
So we'll move, please, to P00614. This document relates to Brigade 123 appointments. Do you recall these appointments being made?
S'pari të nuk më kujtohet fare.
I cannot remember this document. It doesn't bear my signature. If my signature was on it, I would have said that. But these persons are not appointed by the operational directorate, but by the commanders of the operational zones.
This is December 1998. Is there a reason why the operational directorate might have dealt with it rather than the zone command at that time?
Mund më kom përshaj se komandanti i zonës ende se konë.
It could be because the zone commanders were still not appointed and the staff itself was in the phase of being formed.
And do you recall these persons having been appointed to the 123 Brigade?
Po, këta bëhet persona jonë të.
Yes, these persons were appointed to those tasks within that brigade, but not by me, rather by the zone commander.
Do you recall when the appointments were made, approximately?
Jo.
No, I don't.
Would it have been after this date, given that you indicated the zone commander wasn't in Kosovo yet at the time?
Më këtë datë ende s'ka qenë komandanti i zonës aty.
The zone commander was not there at this date, and the general staff was undergoing restructuring at that time. And as I said, this document doesn't bear a signature or a stamp. Had they been appointed by the staff and by me personally, the document would have had a stamp and signature. At the time, I had the stamp, I had my signature, and the protocol number.
So if I understand your evidence correctly, you're saying these people were not appointed by way of this decision, but they were appointed at a time that you can't remember to these posts, and it was done by the zone commander. Is that an accurate summary?
Po, pikërisht ashtu.
Yes, correct.
Now I'd like to call up SPOE 00225132. Do you recognize the stamp and signature?
Po.
Yes. The stamp of the staff, the signature is of Jakub Krasniqi.
What does this relate to? Can you give a little context? And why would it have been addressed to the 121 Brigade?
Është drejtuar Brigadës 121.
It was addressed to 121 Brigade because we were developing at that time and we did not have units within the staff that would have helped Mr. Krasniqi to transport all the desks and chairs and other equipment necessary for the house where the staff moved in Divjak.
And did Divjak fall within the area of responsibility of the 121 Brigade?
Po.
Yes, not only Divjak village, but the entire Berisha area was under the area of responsibility of 121 Brigade.
Can you please describe geographically the perimeters of the 121 Brigade area of responsibility?
As I've mentioned, the entire Berisha Mountains area, starting from Lapushnik, then part of Lipjan municipality village, Kishnareka, Baitz, Shal, Glinai, Bieshka up to Pieterstitz, and the part of Tsaralev, and along the road Prishtin-Shtime Suharek up to Chava Edulis, and below that road to Blatz Temechin villages, from where it continued towards Bany village and up towards Ladrovts and linking up again to Lapushnik Gorge. There are other villages included which I cannot remember at this moment.
Did you have involvement in establishing the 121 Brigade area of responsibility, the boundaries?
Po.
Yes, we did work on this at the time. The area of responsibility of the brigade, myself, Recep Selimi, and the commander of the brigade.
Who was the commander of the brigade at the time that you were working on it?
The commander at the time was Fatmi Limay.
Now, we spoke about zone boundaries earlier for brigade areas of responsibility. What was the process for establishing them? So again, was it done centrally? Was it done in coordination with zone commands? Please explain.
I explained this earlier. As far as the operative zones are concerned, it was determined by the center, whereas for the brigades, that was in cooperation with the commanders of those brigades and zones.
I'd like to tender this document before we move on, please.
Objection, anyone? SPOE 00225-132 is admitted.
Your Honor, the document will, and its English translation will receive exhibit number P01398. Current classification is confidential.
It can be public.
It will be a public, reclassified as public.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Can we bring up SPOE 00225263? Thank you. Do you recognize the stamp and signature on this document?
Po.
Yes. It's a stamp of the General Staff and the signature of Jakub Krasniqi.
Now, this is a matter relating to the Finance Directorate. Did Jakub Krasniqi have the authority to issue such orders?
Po si zëvendës komandant, po.
As a deputy commander, yes.
The soldier named here, Sami Vahapi, are you familiar with him having this type of a coordinating role in relation to finances?
Po, në qatë kohë ka dhënë
At that time, he had such a role of coordinating the finances between 123rd Brigade. At the time, there were financial councils at municipal and local levels, and the aim was to have this cooperation for funding purposes of these units.
So I would like to tender the document, please. And it can be public.
Any objection?
Your Honor, the witness has not said that he has seen this document at the time. He's merely been asked to read off a document and has recognized
that-
a signature.
What's the objection?
The witness has no knowledge as to whether or not this document was in circulation at the time. He's reading off the document.
SPOE 00225263 is admitted.
Your Honor, the document will receive exhibit number P01399. It's currently classified as confidential, but counsels.
Reclassify as public.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Lawson, that's the end of the day.
Yes, we can finish here. Thank you.
Thank you. Witness, we're finished for today. We thank you for being with us. I know it was a long day. You may go with the court usher. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning. You'll be finished here by 1, and then, of course, you can leave at that time. And we'll rearrange the rest of the week after, or tomorrow. So thank you again for being with us.
Mr. President?
Yes.
May I just inquire of the prosecutor whether she expects to take all of the time tomorrow, just so for organizational purposes?
Yes, Your Honour, I'm slightly under halfway, so I would anticipate using most, if not all, of tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you. So we will see everybody tomorrow at 9 a.m. We're adjourned until then.
All rise.